Yes. It's like there's a whole lot of downtime right now. Relatively speaking, the party has like eight days worth of downtime. Presumably, that's going to include looking at real estate, maybe making a decision about a plot of land, and perhaps getting some information on what it's going to take to start building the types of structures that you guys want to put out there initially, and those types of things. So sort of logistics. Then and we can maybe say that some of the information that I was planning to reveal at the big meeting with your sponsors actually gets to you a little bit early. I think that is going to be something I'm going to have delivered to you all, probably delivered to you via Adamant, earlier than your big meeting with all of the Ravnikins and the Waterdeep folks. And that way, that's just something that you guys can start thinking about and discussing and talking about.
Today would have been a good day to have, like, if we were in Ravnica, we could deal, like, guild house stuff, like interactions, but we're not there.
And that's I mean, there's always the teleportation from Black Tower, so
that's true. I just don't have anything planned, so I'm trying to like scramble to figure out what I can add to eat up time.
We could do the battle royale today.
We could do some of that, yes. Because there's I think there's only 2 of you that are planning to participate in that, and both of you are here. So hey, Heather did make it for the start of the session. Okay, wonderful.
Knew she would.
All right, well, and speaking of the start of the session, we're going to go ahead and turn down the music and say welcome everybody to the Walker of Waterdeep, this wacky adventure across the streams and lore of both Magic the Gathering and D&D 5th edition that has lasted for 110 sessions so far. And when we last saw our heroes at the end of the last session, they were in Waterdeep, finishing up a meeting with a property agent. And actually, no, they had finished that meeting and they were out visiting the town of Undercliff, aren't you? And I believe the last thing that happened with Enka is that Enka was in the middle of talking to the proprietor of the inn. And the proprietor was telling her about a farmstead, a 60-acre farmstead that had recently wound up being put up for sale because the old farmer died and one of his adult children had been missing for 10 years, presumably lost at sea, and the second adult child was married and living down in Baldur's Gate. So there was no one left from the family to take over the farmstead, so they were going to sell it. And that was the last little bit of what we had heard. So, Heather, did you hear any of that? I just saw that you had stepped away to grab something to drink.
It was just a recap from last weekend, right?
Yeah.
Last week? Okay. I re-listened to the program on my way home.
And saw how it just got cut off because my power went out.
Yeah. But, having been there, I kind of remember what was said.
Yeah. Okay. So, based on what you learned about that farmstead, what questions would you have?
So just making sure that I had the total number of acreage, make sure that I have information on the house or farm, property, buildings, that kind of thing, how big, where it's located. Are the kids going to take the animals, or are they going to sell them with the farm, kind of thing?
They are. Let me see if I remembered to put in here the name of the farmer.
Dell?
Okay. Pardon?
Sorry. I said Dell.
Okay.
Dell? There we go. Sorry. I'll stop now.
So the she says, well, I don't know if they're planning to sell the farm with the animals, or whether they would sell the animals off. I would imagine that since the animals need some care, either some of the neighboring farmers have been looking after the animals, or perhaps the animals have already been relocated to other farms.
Okay. Well, it's just a question, because I don't mind having the animals with the farm, but if we're going to purchase this piece of land, I don't want to go, oh, okay, well, there won't be anything there, and suddenly have the surprise of, well, yes, they are, and not having made any provisions, or the opposite of having made provisions, show up and there's no animals. So I just want to make sure that, whatever they want to do is fine. I just want to know.
Yes, well, you could possibly go and inquire with some of the neighbors, or if you have found somebody who is a good property agent, they should be able to find that information out for you.
Well, I thought the kids would, or they would know that information, wouldn't they?
Well, as I said, the one has went out to sea 10 years ago and has never been heard from again, and is presumed lost at sea, or not intending to return to Waterdeep, and the other is married and living in Baldur's Gate. So there is.
I see. Okay. I wasn't quite sure, and I wanted to make sure that I was getting things straight in my head. I'm not always the best for.
That's quite all right. It's a rather large step to buy an entire farmstead. It's a big investment of gold, as well as of time and other resources.
Okay. Well,
good thing
then I'll go make some inquiries. I would like to have an outing to go survey the property, and then also to look over the buildings and everything that were left. And then, like you said, talk to some of the neighbors.
Oh, very well. Very well. And so she will go ahead and suggest that you, if you don't have a property agent, she can contact one for you. This being the innkeeper. Otherwise, if you know somebody, you can talk to them, and they should be able to arrange that.
Gotcha. Okay.
So,
well, I will As long as we can know where the boundaries are, if they've ever been marked or, in some way that we can make sure that we see.
Oh yes, it is. It is common in. It is common in Undercliff and the areas surrounding Waterdeep that properties of farmsteads are marked out either with fences, either fences constructed of loose stone that is piled on top of each other in a line or a row, or in fences made of split rails that are wooden. Um, some people like the stone because it requires a little bit less maintenance. Others require or others prefer the split rail because that way, if farmsteads are either subdivided or merged or things like that, it makes it a little bit easier to change the boundary markers.
Gotcha. Okay, well, we'll just keep a lookout for things and go from there.
Very well, very well. Well, I'm so glad that I could be of assistance. You all were such a help to me in dealing with the problem of the rats. Thank you.
No problem.
And so you guys, is there anything else you all want to do here in Undercliff?
No.
Alrighty then. You all head back to Waterdeep, and the rest of the day passes. Is there anything anybody wants to do in particular?
No, not really. He just go on with his little practice sessions.
Okay. So that's basically preparation and sparring and things like that.
Yeah.
Okay. So you go and you have another sparring match, and you get the idea that now several people have been by sparring, and that they have several categories of people that are going to be included in the in this grand melee. And there is going to be, obviously, the current champion will be in one category, and the only person that they would kind of expect to be above and beyond that category would be Galibar. And so Galibar is kind of in a category by himself. Then the current champion. And then they have spots for 4 top challengers. And based on your sparring, they would say that you would probably fit in that category of the top challengers.
Woohoo.
So you would be in that category. Then there's 3 other categories. So there's 1 Galibar, there's 1 champion, there's a total of 4 top challengers. So 3 top challengers, which are very experienced arena gladiators and Adamant. Then there are 10 veteran gladiators who are people who have fought in the gladiatorial arena for quite some time. Then there are 16 professional gladiators who are people that have fought in the arena for at least a year. And then there are 32 novice gladiators. And those novice gladiators are people who have been in the arena less than a year. And so in total, counting you and Galibar, in total, there are 64 participants in this grand melee.
It's going to be a lot of people on the field at once.
Well, yes, but the only fights that really will be focused on are the fights that you're having and that Galibar's having.
Right.
And they kind of will draw. They give you kind of an idea that there's going to be a line that is drawn around the edge of the arena, about 2 feet away from the wall of the arena. And when the grand melee starts, everybody will be behind that line. And there are little places marked out for people to start. And basically, it's drawn by lots where you start.
Okay.
And then when the signal is given for the melee to start, you have to step over that line into the arena, and then you begin fighting with other people. And in some cases, it's going to be 2 people make a beeline for each other and start fighting. In other cases, somebody steps across the line and a bunch of people try to gank that person and fight them, and so on and so forth. So you will very quickly figure out how many people there are left and available to fight in the arena, and then round by round, as your opponents either fall or you are felled by your opponent. And as soon as that happens, then other people that have beaten their opponents, they will probably come and start attacking you. And it'll keep going until you eventually have one person that is left. And the trainers will tell you that definitely the champion, and they are absolutely positive that Galibar are probably going to be attacked by multiple people right off the bat, because the thinking is these are probably the most dangerous opponents in the grand melee, and so their strength in numbers take out the toughest opponents, and then that gives a chance for somebody else to be the champion. And so if you start really doing well, be aware that people may decide, oh, you're a big threat, and so there may be multiple people coming and attacking you at one time.
Wonderful.
So yeah. So and of course it's all subdual damage, and they have healers on hand, because even with subdual damage, it's possible that somebody might sprain an ankle or break a leg or break an arm or something like that, and they will be healed and mended. But as soon as somebody goes down, basically when somebody hits 0, the intent is, okay, you stop attacking that person, and when they regain consciousness, they just kind of crawl their way out of the arena, and if they need healing, somebody will tend to them
right
when they get out of the arena. And everybody else is just sort of, okay, that's, if somebody is down on the ground and crawling away, they're out of the fight, and we don't need to whack them anymore.
Oh.
So, you sort of get that. You get that sort of intelligence on how the arena or how the grand melee is going to happen. And Galibar, presumably, if you go by the arena at some point during the days leading up to the grand melee, you will hear the same information about how everybody's going to start and how it's going to be, and the trainers will give you a heads up that definitely the champion, and without any doubt, you are probably going to be the target for multiple people trying to attack you at once right off the bat.
2 questions. Are we allowed to use our own weapons, and are we allowed to use magic?
What we said last week when Adamant was asking about that, they're going to provide what is it, sparring weapons. So they're blunted weapons. The attack bonuses basically are going to be modified just to remove any magical pluses from your weapon. So you guys will still have good attack bonuses, but you just won't have the magical bonus. Now, the exception for Adamant is that they don't seem to think of Lephrim as a lethal weapon. They automatically think of your shield as a subdual weapon. So you get to keep your same attack bonus for a Lephrim. But you just like if your normal weapon is like a +1 or +2, just shave off that 1 or 2 from the attack bonus. But otherwise, it's the same type of weapon, same weighting. You don't have to change any of the things that you're doing. And then in terms of magic, they won't allow any magic that will manipulate the minds of your opponents, and they won't allow magic that will cause lethal harm. So, for example, your frost breath would be out. Fire breath would be out. And all of Adamant's fire spells would be unavailable to him.
Yeah, I'm going through and doing a rework on my spells at the moment.
Yeah. Now you were able to use something. You were able to use a spell last time, weren't you, Adamant? Do you remember what spell you used during that combat? Because it was
myself.
Yes, that's it. So if you have any kind of healing magics, which presumably would be self-healing magic, you can use that.
What about Bless and
Bane? Pardon? Bless and Bane. Bless and Bane. Yeah, those would be. Yeah, Bless and Bane would be acceptable.
Okay.
Because while Bane will give them a hindrance to your opponents, it's not going to be anything that will cause them lethal or permanent damage.
I was just wondering because I have haste, I have shield, I have enlarge reduce.
Yes, and yes.
Would my smites be allowed?
No.
What kind of damage do the smites do?
My choice of fire, lightning, or cold.
Then no, because there's no way to make fire, lightning, or cold be subdual. Those are all lethal, so they would not be allowed.
Okay. It's a good thing I don't have improved divine smite yet. Technically, my when I rage, my attacks do an additional 1d6 of like cold damage.
We can flavor that as like still damage. So we'll for those purposes we'll call that just kind of like an extra little kicker to the damage, but not
Just
lethal.
Makes my axe colder.
Yeah. Or in this case, your practice weapon, because it goes through that weapon, and the weapon is still weighted and made from similar materials, but basically it's the D&D equivalent of having like big heavy rubber caps over the cutting edges of your weapon, and having like padding over the metal part of your weapon. Yeah, if you get hit by that, it's still gonna knock the bejesus out of you, but it's gonna knock the bejesus out of you for some dual damage and not crack your skull open or slice you up.
I sent you a message.
Okay.
On Roll20.
Oh, Roll20. Okay, let me go over there. Oh, which it would help if I were logged into the game. And it would also help if I went over here to this. Okay, so. All right.
I've just copied everything over from Morceller's axe onto, except for the +2 that it gives me over a practice greatsword.
Yeah. Yeah, or practice great axe, right? Yeah.
Yeah, great axe.
Yeah. Let me look up the verbiage on that spell. Pete.
Okie.
Let's see, what does it do? I think, if I recall correctly, I think you have a few choices. So it might be that some of those choices are valid and others. Okay, yeah. Let me do this. I will give you 3 legal. Where are we? There we go. 3 legal. Okay, there you go. That's response back to you in Discord. Private message.
Okay, I can roll with that.
Good thing most of my spells aren't damage based.
A lot of my damage spells, I always have. they're from my my domain. Yeah.
So most of them are all fire based, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Galibar, for the sake of your question that you had to me, if you decide that you would like to do that for the grand melee, then I will roll. I'll roll a couple of dice and I will replace some of the novice gladiators with those people.
Okay. Cool.
So they would fill out since I've already made the bracket, basically 64 combatant bracket, we'll just swap out those folks that you talked about if you wanted to do that with folks that would have been novice gladiators.
Okay.
I gotta assume this 5th level spell is gonna be a no, but I'll try it.
Okay.
Did you click on like contagion or something?
No, Adamant would not use that.
Okay. Yeah, that would be a no because basically that's introducing a new creature to combat after the melee has already begun.
Conjure Celestial.
Summon Celestial, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, technically it could be ordered to deal subdual damage, and it would do that. But now it's like, okay, that's getting away from the spirit of you testing your physical prowess against the other people, and now it's you and that angelic ally doing that. So all right, so what other questions do we have about the melee in terms of logistics of the melee and setup for the melee?
Contagion actually isn't too bad, but like I said, Adamant wouldn't cast that. I guess I won't be using my this level slot much.
I think we're good.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, Oyo. Everybody else has had a chance to talk a little bit about what they're doing. Oyo, did you think about anything you might want to do, or do you want us to go around the room and come back to you again?
I have no idea.
Okay. I'm just gonna include you every time around to make sure that if there's something you think of, we don't ignore you. All right. So we will skip back over to Enka. Enka, I responded to you in the Discord. Farmstead is 60 acres.
Okay.
And actually, yes. All right. So you, what did you want to do? Did you want to try to go by and have a look at it?
Yes.
Because she can give you directions to where it is. Okay.
Yeah. So I'll rent out just a jig, just a 1-horse carriage type thing.
Okay. Well, you guys are already in Undercliff.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
So if you want to continue looking at it before you get back in touch with Jewel and let her know about this place that was told to you, you can. Otherwise, if you want to head back to town and let her know and have her investigate it, you can do that.
No, I want to.
Okay. All right. Well then,
and who's in town with me? Is Elora and
Elora was with you. I know. I don't know if anybody else came with you or not.
I don't think they did.
Okay. I wasn't sure that they had. So it's going to be Okay, we're going to give, let's see, who do we give credit to this for? Okay. Then, oh, dang it. We are going to go here. I'm going to make a handout and do this. I'm going to choose a file, which is this. And no. It's this. It's the here. Toril, Faerun. There we go. And then the okay, and then we save that. And then I will go ahead and show this to everybody. What you find? You find that the farmstead actually has a name. It is the name of the farmstead is Longbarrow, and there are several buildings that exist already. This is just kind of the central part of the acreage. There is a road that basically runs from the gate of the property to the far north side of the property, which is the main road that you see there. But it doesn't connect to anything, so it's not like a road that people pass through. It's just for use by people on the farm.
Okay.
The building labeled number 1 is the main farmstead house. The building labeled number 2 is the house, or is the place that is used by basically housing for some of the farmhands that were employed. Building number 1 looks like it's in pretty good shape. Building number 2 is kind of run down, has the feeling of something that they haven't really had any farmhands here in quite a few years. So maybe it's the fact that in the last few years of his life, the farmer only, basically had himself and maybe 1 or 2 other people that lived in the house with him. Okay. Family number building number 3 is kind of a workshop, if you will. It's got like a very rudimentary, very small forge in it. It's the kind of place that, like where they would make their own horseshoes, and they would make replacement parts for tools and stuff like that. It's a very basic type of thing. It's not anything very fancy. And then the other buildings are, they're not necessarily in the shape that they are shown here on the map, but some of them are like silos, and some of them are, barns and stuff. The barns are the best kept, and there is one barn in particular that looks like it until very recently had several stalls where cattle were kept, and there's a chicken coop that looks like until very recently there were chickens there. And there is one silo. It is the little building that's farthest to the north, that looks like it's in relatively good condition. And that the one that's the farthest to the north on this little map. Okay, that one looks like it's in relatively good condition, and that plot of farmland looks like it has been kept up. All of the other fields and like orchard areas that are part of the farm, they show evidence that they probably haven't been planted and harvested in several seasons. So it looks like, as time went along, this farmer really kind of was slowing down. And at one point in time, this had been a much bigger operation, but with the exception of that one field, the field that's farthest to the north and a little bit over to the west side of this map, that is like the only field that's actively been used recently. The other fields are sort of going fallow and being overgrown with weeds and grass and whatever the natural stuff is, and probably bits of old stuff that had seed in the ground that germinated, but it's definitely kind of all choked off and whatnot.
And we're I can't remember, we're getting towards winter, or what time of year are we?
Yeah, it's in the fall. It's in the fall.
But there's no animals around.
Nope. The chicken coop, like I said, it's in good condition, but all the chickens are gone from the coop. The one barn that looks like it recently had cattle in it and maybe a couple of like draft horses, those stalls are all there and all in good condition, and there's some hay there that's only a little bit rotted, like it's not fresh in the last couple of days. It's probably fresh in the last 10 days. But all of the animals are gone. And nothing has been vandalized. Everything has been closed back up. So it looks like probably people on neighboring farms came to get the animals out and take them somewhere that they could be cared for. You would either have to start chasing those down, or you could put Jewel to work and she could chase those down, depending on whether you guys decide, oh yes, we want a bunch of animals to take care of. Or nope, animals are fine, just let them be.
Well, what I would like to do, and this is later on, is first I'd like to see if I can get into either the ranch hand building or the farm building, and just, if I can't, no biggie. Otherwise, I just kind of want to walk around and look at things, the condition of some of the buildings. I'm just, having come from a more farmland type culture, I'm not afraid to go into an old building and just kind of look around and poke around a little bit. And then we'll kind of make some notes to myself. And then I will actually go see if I can't find a neighbor or two, just to, be polite, talk to them, get to know who they are, get to know about the gentleman that used to live here, and that, just casual conversation. Yes, we're considering purchasing it. Just want to make sure, did you take some of the animals? If so, great. Make sure, could we, if they took the chickens, if we do buy the property, could we occasionally come and get a dozen eggs or so from them? That kind of thing. Or if they took milking cows or whatever, can we get a pail of milk? That kind of stuff. So it's like, okay, you basically get, if we buy it, you've gotten free animals, so to speak. So, a nice little trade might be nice, kind of thing. Just also kind of judging their temperament too, because if we turn this into something more than what it is, I don't want a crazy neighbor going, ah! and having issues, but I won't say anything about our plans right now. I'm just judging people.
Okay. All right. When the university builds the on-campus football stadium, you don't want to have the kind of neighbors that are going to complain. Well, now there's so much noise on Saturday nights in the fall.
Bingo. Bingo. Yep.
Okay. All right.
Well, and I'm also judging kind of like the distance between this plot of land and the next neighbor or the neighbors around, just to see that, if let's say we were to have a shop and Adamant's in there at the middle of the night, banging away on the forge or something, he's not going to be disturbing the neighbor down the road, so to speak, or, if we're going to have maybe training grounds or something like that in the far future, excuse me, same thing. We're not going to disturb the neighbors. Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's all right. It's
5-hour trip this morning already.
Oh, I tell you what, anytime you travel somewhere, whether you're on a plane or taking a long drive, just is so exhausting.
Yeah. But anyway, that's basically what I will do for the rest of the day is I will pretty much try to poke around most, if not all of these buildings, kind of poke around the orchard. I'm assuming that Ivy is with me.
Yeah.
Or not Ivy, Elora is with me. So I have a feeling that I'll probably be trying to corral her from time to time. And I'll calm her down.
There you go. Okay. Well, you have given me a couple of things you want to do, so we will swing back around next time we come back around to you. We will see how your investigations of the buildings on the property go, and then the following time we come back to you, we'll have some interactions with neighbors. For now, I want to go ahead and swing back over to Galibar and to Adamant. So you guys, I guess, was there anything other than Galibar's thing that will happen off stream, or on a separate stream, I should say, a separate session to be included in the archives on YouTube? Other than that, is there anything that Galibar and Adamant want to do between now and the time of the Grand Melee?
Other than, I guess, introducing the people I'm bringing to the arena and training with them and stuff, and
that actually sounds like a great idea. So let me go over here and I will roll a few. I'll roll this and this. Okay. So there. Okay. All right. So there are 10 of the orcs from the tribe that come back with you to Waterdeep for the arena, and they are for the Grand Melee, and I'm going to say that just about all of them, they see how far you have come from beginning a career as a gladiator in the arena. And, they say, well, if participating in this melee gets us an opportunity to join the gladiatorial arena to start, earning money and perhaps building a reputation, then, that'll give us time to figure out what we want to do, because they've decided that the direction the new leadership of the tribe wants to go is not something they're entirely comfortable with. So they'd rather go with you back to town and maybe try to integrate into society. And Waterdeep is cosmopolitan enough that you will occasionally see not just half-orcs and not just some people with some kind of goblinoid heritage in their past, but you will see actual full-blooded orcs, full-blooded hobgoblins, full-blooded goblins that are, in air quotes, civilized and have either through being raised by people of other races, or having imprinted on people of other races, or through some sort of honor debt, following people of other races, have sort of adopted the lifestyle of other civilized humanoids, dwarves or elves or humans, halflings, whatever. And so it's unusual to see such a large group of orcs at one time, and especially a large group of orcs that are, just out of the wilds, the way these guys are. But, the people in the arena, they're like, hey, strong guys, strong girls. They look like they can handle themselves. So I'm going to give you a list of their names and let you do the introductions that return to Waterdeep with you. Okay. So you can thank the fantasy name generator for that list of orc names. That's where I pulled them from. And you can decide which of them are male and which of them are female, because I really can't tell orc male names from orc female names. So they will accompany you to the arena, and when you bring them over, one of the trainers will say, "Oh, Galibar, yeah, you've come, did you? Now, who are these fine folk that are with you?"
Yes, I recently went to my past tribe, and these are the ones who wanted to come with me to take part in the battle royale that we're having.
Oh, well, that is a wonderful thing. Well, welcome. You all are certainly welcome. We have spots for some novice gladiators, but not all of the gladiators who are at the arena feel like they're ready to challenge the champion or the past champion in Galibar in combat. Do you all feel up to the task? And they all look and they raise their fists and they give a little orc war cry. Yes, we're ready. And one of them will step up and we'll say that, oh, absolutely excellent. One of them will step up and we'll say that that Shum. Shum sort of she's the largest and the strongest looking of all of these orcs that came with you. And so she just sort of adopts the role of speaking for this group. And she says, "Yes, gladiator trainer. My people, the tribe that
Galibar has spoken of. They follow new ways we are not comfortable with. We have seen how strong Galibar has become, and we understand that when he first came to this grand city, he began in this very gladiator arena. We would like to forge our own paths and create our own destinies. And we would ask, how may we join your ranks in the gladiator arena?
And the trainer stands back and crosses his arms and looks at all of them and nods and looks and says, "So Galibar, these are all members of your clan, your tribe. There's at some point in the distant past common ancestry among all of you."
Yes.
Well then, how could I refuse welcome to any who have even a portion of your strength and your resilience? Ha ha ha! You all may indeed have the opportunity to become champions in your own right, and even if not champions, to win fame and perhaps gain fortune. Galibar earned a great patron while he was still a challenger in the arena before he became a champion. And this helped him to bring acclaim and a measure of wealth to himself even before the accolades of the crowd. You all may yet have that same opportunity. And we have just a simple pledge to follow the code of the gladiator and fight with honor. And as long as you all take that pledge, we can sign you up. We have quarters available for you. You can begin training today if you wish. And they all look at each other and they all seem very eager. And so one by one, he gives them the pledge and they take it. And after they give the pledge, they all come over and give you kind of a variation on either the warrior's handshake or the warrior's hug or whatever. Thank you for helping them come here and find this opportunity. And then they will sort of get ready to start sparring. Now, you could spar with them, or you could sort of watch them as they spar, give them pointers, or you could go train yourself and just sort of let them to their own devices. It's up to you.
Galibar is gonna go spar with the other champion.
Okay, Galibar will spar with the other champion. All right. Well, then in that case, we will go to the. Now, which map did I use last week for the? I don't think I used this map, did I? No, I didn't use that map. That's when we had there. Let's. Oh no. Maybe it was this. Okay. All right. So. We actually even have. I have this all set up here. Excellent. Good for me. Okay. Do. GM layer. Then, whoops. GM layer. And then GM layer. Okay. And then I believe it's by going. Yes, that's where we are. So I'm going to draw a shape that will be this shape. And then we'll go back here. We'll put you here. Put the arena champion here. Okay. Galibar, let me just make sure. Am I correct that your current HP total is 116? Is that right?
118.
118. Okay, so 118, and your current armor class is 20, correct?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Okay. Excellent. Okay, so we have your. Oh, I'm acting like you can see what I'm talking about, and you can't. Let me pull us over to this. All right, here we are. So you're in the a portion of the arena with the current arena champion, and they are ready to have a fight and a throwdown with you. So,
If I remember correctly, she was a female orc. That could be
female half orc. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, she is a female half orc, and so she's not quite. Oh, whoops. Let me remove those turns. Come on, there. Okay, so then arena champion, add a turn, and her initiative is a +5, so /1d20 +5. Okay, so she's got a 14 for her initiative. Okay, so Galibar, you get to go first.
Okay. Galibar will rage. Then he is going to charge. And
Okay.
we're using the sparring equipment, right?
Yeah.
Does an 18 hit?
18 is exactly what you need to hit her. So deals 12 damage.
+5.
Okay, and then 5 chill damage. Okay.
Okay. Does a 15 hit?
15 will not hit.
You're rolling a 2. Okay.
Okay.
That's the end of my turn.
All right. Well, then she will attack, and she also gets 2 attacks. And she has a sparring great axe, just like you have. Well, it's not just like yours, but it's a sparring great axe. So she gets this bonus with 2 attacks. So R1D20. So a 12 is going to miss, and a 14 is going to miss. All right, and that's the end of her turn.
Okay. I will.
She also seems to rage as well. So, which she did not do before, but she now does it.
Okay. Okay, I'll attack again.
Okay.
Really? Okay, that'll hit though. Really low
Yes.
damage, but it's still.
Yes. Now the interesting thing is the physical damage is halved. So she takes 4 from the blunted slashing damage, but she seems to take all.
Only 6
takes,
of the 9 are actually the elemental.
Oh, okay. All right. So -6.
So it would have been a total of 11 that got halved.
Okay, so she takes 1 more. All right. Then so that was 1 attack. 1 attack of yours hit, 1 missed. Then she will attack again. Okay, that's 1 hit.
Yep.
And 1 miss. So then her damage. This is all physical damage, so it will be halved for you. 13, half of that is 6 damage to you. So she hits you with 1 attack. And you can tell by this time she is in fact bloodied. Or not bloodied but she's below half. She's moving like she's pretty badly hurt. So you are up again.
Okay. I guess I'll try to hit her with the great axe again. I'm guessing that hits.
Yeah. So is how much of the 7 is
3,
elemental?
3 is physical. 4 is elemental.
Okay. Yeah. Can you not today, but can you rework this so that it separates out the physical bonus damage from the elemental bonus damage, because that could be important when you're in fights, and just to make it easy.
Let me do that. If I want to add both, they stack.
Okay. All right. Then maybe what we need to do is maybe you need to separate it as a separate thing that you can hit for damage, to show, or what would be better, calculate that along with the slashing damage. So all of the physical damage is accounted for in the slashing. So like if it's an extra die when it hits, then just add that extra die into the slashing damage, and then leave the elemental damage for only the die that gets rolled. There's probably a way we can do it, but
I'm doing it now.
Might have to, yeah. So 7 and then 6 more of the elemental damage. So 7 and then -6 of the elemental. Okay, so that was your first hit. You can go ahead and take your second hit. 14. Okay, yeah, that's going to miss. A 1 on the attack roll. Okay, yeah, she is looking very woozy, very wobbly now, but she is going to make her attack roll 19. Oh, just barely misses. Oh, bounces off of your. Oh, both of those attacks bounce off of you somehow, either off of your armor or off of your weapon or something like that. 20 will hit. Oh, all right. So how do you knock her out?
I'm just gonna I'll hit her on the place where the shoulder and like the neck meet.
Okay.
Which knocks her unconscious, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, you hit her there. Her great axe goes flying out of her hands, and she goes sprawling down into the sand, the floor of the arena, and she just lays there groaning. But it's kind of like this almost unconscious groaning that is coming from her.
Galibar will like pick her up and bring her over to the medical tent or whatever it is that they have set up.
Okay. Yeah, you bring her over, and because of the fact it's subdual damage, by the time you get her over there, her eyes are starting to flutter open, and she says, "Yeah, even stronger than I remember. Back in the days when you were the champion. Whew. Galibar, you're going to have to tell me your secret. What do you do to get so strong?"
A lot of adventuring and going to different places to fight very strong enemies.
Well, I don't suppose you'd let me buy you a beer and you tell me a little bit about it.
Sure. Yawning portal?
Yes. Later this evening?
Sure.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. I'll buy the drinks, you buy the supper.
Okay.
And so she is she very quickly after they give her some smelling salts and everything, she starts to shake off of that, but she is in fact still a little bit on the woozy side. She's probably not going to be sparring very much again the rest of the day. She's got plenty of bruises and everything that she's going to be tending to. And within just probably 10 minutes, your subdual damage fades and you're back to full strength.
Yeah. At least she managed to hit me.
Yeah, and she came close a couple other times. So
yeah,
it's like some of these people are gonna have a real hard time connecting with you.
I'm tempted not to rage and just go enlarged or something, or to haste. Just to make it
well, I would go ahead and let them or see how many people there are stacked up against you, and then decide whether you think it's a good idea to rage or not. Because it could be that, especially now if the champion starts talking to people, it could be that a lot of people start trying to attack you. So at the beginning of the combat. Now, of course, the good part is that as you whittle them down, there's going to be fewer people attacking you every round, which will...
While I can't do my smites, I could still spend my spell slots to do stuff like my sweeping blow.
Oh yeah, sure you could. Yeah, you could do things like that.
This is gonna be fun.
Yeah, it very well will be quite a bit of fun. So I'm going to go over here. I need to on this Royal Rumble stat block, I need to go ahead and make sure we have.
I imagine that the tribe of orcs that I brought in, if they come to if they're in a fight against me, they might not target me right away.
They might, yeah, they might wind up being kind of stealth opponents for you. So yeah, they will. Yeah, I like this. Okay, so I'm going to go over to this and 32, 20, 22. Then okay. And then the armor class is this. And the hit points are this. All right. So, there we go. They will. Oh, that's going to be interesting for somebody. Okay. All right. Now, so that was Galibar. Adamant. What were you up to? Anything in particular?
No, nothing in particular. Just
Okay.
getting ready.
Okay. And then Oyahusa. Was there anything that you wanted to do with Oyahusa at the moment?
No, I don't have anything planned.
Okay. All right. Then we'll go ahead and we'll remove these turns and we will swing back around to swing back around over here to Enka. All right, so Enka, you were going to investigate some of these buildings. So this is going to be all right. So
I'm also looking to see if any of them could be turned into like other homes and stuff like that, or private quarters or whatever.
Sure. Okay. When you go to the main farmhouse here, you see that this is one of just a few buildings that looks like it has been well maintained. There's actually like 4 buildings that have been well maintained among all of the buildings in the farmstead. The main house looks like it's been well maintained. The silo up here at the north by the most recently used field, that appears to be well maintained. The chicken coop, which is this which is the sort of L-shaped building that's closest to the main house. That's the chicken coop. That one has been well maintained. And then the barn that shows recent evidence of habitation. That one is, which is the larger building that's farthest to the south. That one has been well maintained. All the rest of them are kind of show signs that at least for several years they haven't been lived in. They're probably abandoned, things of that nature. All right, and it looks like for benefit of the players and for benefit of those of you that are watching today, looks like for whatever reason, OBS is restarting every now and then. So we're recording the session, so I'm going to have to go back and see whether it records it all as one session or whether I have to string these things together. But unfortunately, OBS is being a butt today. The main farmhouse, as you go up to it, it has an extra lock that has been placed on the door, and the shutters are all closed, and the it's like somebody has gone through the trouble of shutting the place up and making sure that it's secured. But so unless you want to try to bust through that lock and break that, you wouldn't be able to get inside.
Just wasn't sure if
Okay.
Anyway, okay.
Then if you move over to the other building that you had specifically asked about before, and you can ask about others now, but was the place where the farm hands or the ranch hands had stayed, that building that's labeled number 2 on the map. If you go up there, that place, like I said, it looks like it hasn't been lived in for several years, and because of that, the shutters have not been closed up and locked in the same way as the main house. And the front door is closed, but as you check it, there's not a lock on the door.
Okay.
And
so I'll go ahead and excuse me, jiggle the handle a little bit and see if it opens.
Yeah, it'll open. You go inside, the hinges kind of squeak. And you look in there, and there's a fair bit of dust and some cobwebs here and there on things. Looks like after the last of the farmhands moved out, somebody did come in here and cover furniture with sheets and things like that, which they show evidence of dust. But there's not a whole lot of, it doesn't look like things have been disturbed since then.
Okay.
You do notice that one of the shutters on one of the windows on this ground floor is flopping in the breeze. And when you get over there, it looks like the little hook that normally holds it open, because it had been in the open position. That hook, where it attaches to the wooden shutter, it's kind of rotted a little bit, and the shutter pulled away from that. So it doesn't seem like anybody tried to force this open. It's just like, okay,
gotcha.
That kind of went bad. And the building seems fairly solid. It's all made of wood. You stomp on the floors and they seem kind of solid. Now, it is raised up a little bit off of the ground. The wood is not built right onto the ground. It's like there's some sort of stone piles that the foundation of the floor is laid on to get it off of contact with the bare earth. And when you stomp on that, you do hear some rustling underneath, like maybe there's some sort of small animals that have, since nobody's been here, they might have taken up residence underneath this place. And your stomping around startles them a little bit as you kind of hear that rustling down there.
Yeah.
But as you walk through the first level of the house, there's a couple of places where you see the little telltale trails in the dust, where it looks like probably a rat or two has somehow found a way to get up into the main house and has scurried across the floor. And maybe there's some rat droppings over in a corner, but it doesn't look like there's, you don't see any rats currently.
Right.
So it's gonna need a little fixing up.
Is there still furniture in there?
There is still some furniture, but like I said, it's kind of covered with sheets at this point.
Well, I'll kind of peek under just to kind of get an idea of what's, I'm not going to look under every single one, but I'm just going to kind of take a look at, making sure it's like, all right, we've got one of these and one of those. Okay, we don't need to do that kind of thing.
Rustic, sturdy wooden furniture. So nothing fancy in here. In the area that looks like it's set aside as the dining room, there's a nice, rather heavy wooden table and some plain but sturdy wooden chairs sitting around it. In the area that might pass for the sitting room, there's a large there's a large empty space in the middle of the floor, and over next to one of the walls looks like a big carpet has been rolled up, but it's not covered. And then there's like a straw covered wood framed sofa, if you will.
Yeah.
And a couple of wooden chairs for sitting and some small tables. When you lift up the thing, there's like some oil lamps that are on the tables, of course, unlit.
Right. Okay.
But so it's plain and simple stuff. There is an upstairs if you want to go upstairs, or otherwise if you just want to look around down here on the main floor.
I'll just take a quick peek upstairs. Again, like I said, it's not trying to be too invasive, but just checking.
Sure. You go up the stairs. A couple of the stairs squeak a little bit, but they hold as you climb up. You're not sure if those stairs would, in the condition they are, would accommodate Adamant, but if they accommodate you, they'll accommodate the rest of the group.
Yeah, that's why she's really cautious about going up the stairs.
Yeah. You get up there and you look around, and basically there's basically this area is divided up into about 6 different sleeping rooms. And each of these sleeping rooms has anywhere from 2 to 4 beds or cots in them. And it's like simple armoire. The largest of the rooms has actually a closet that's built into one wall. There's not this particular house doesn't have any kind of indoor plumbing. There's an outhouse that's not pictured on the map that's sitting out to the side. So if anybody needed to use the outhouse in the middle of the night, they'd have to go downstairs and go outside and use the outhouse and then come back in. So that would be
so we're all good with that. It's just kind of and then go, I'll basically make sure that the shutter that was kind of unlatched, I make sure that the shutter is latched, and then
Yeah, you can
Make
close
sure
and
I
lock
shut the
it.
door properly and make sure that
Yeah.
it's not going to pop back open or anything. And then
Yeah. Actually, you notice when you walked up to this place, it's one of those doors that has the handle is in the same plate as the key lock mechanism,
Mhm.
and from the outside there was just the keyhole, but when you get inside you see that the key is actually in the keyhole, but obviously it had been left unlocked. So if you wanted to, when you leave this place, you could actually take the key and then lock the door from the outside if you wanted to.
Okay. I'll go ahead and do that.
Okay. All right. So now you have one key to the farmhand residence on
Okay.
Longbarrow Farm. And then, are there any of the other buildings you wanted to check out or anything?
Well, you can just kind of do a summary. I basically, like I said, I'm checking out buildings, what, kind of getting an idea of what was in them.
Yeah. Okay.
Are they able to be available for, if we were to revamp them at some point in time? Or is it just, it's better off being a large chicken coop or a large this or small that? So you can send me that info later or whenever. But that's basically what she's just going to do is assess everything and then go look at the orchard real quick, check out the land just a little bit more, and then go find a neighbor. So
Okay, so there's, other than the buildings I've described and the ones you've checked, there's a total of 16 structures on this. I'm going to just say that the main chicken coop is in good condition, similar to the condition of the main house. The main barn is in good condition, similar to the main house. The other buildings, out of the other 16 buildings, other than those in the silo and the two buildings you looked at, or actually the three buildings you looked at because you looked at one that has the forge, there's about 8 of them that are, could use a bit of fixing up, but could easily be habitable, or fit for whatever purpose they were built for. Some of them are built as silos, some of them are built as additional barns, and a couple of them look like they were originally in places for people, maybe additional farm hands to stay. But they've all been unused for longer than the main farmhand house was. So about half of them are in a condition they could be repaired with minor repairs and, easily brought back up to code. The other half of them are deteriorated to a point that if you wanted to use them, you'd probably wind up having to tear down most of what's there and rebuild it.
okay.
So it gives you like half of the buildings here can be salvaged. Half of them, yeah, you'd probably have to start all over again.
Okay. All right.
All right. Okay. And then real quickly, heading to the orchards, you find that the orchards are, they haven't been tended in a while. But you have some apple trees that are here.
Okay.
And those, we're getting into fall, so some of those apples are getting pretty. You harvest apples in the fall, right? Yeah. So they're very ripe and looking quite sweet. There's most of the trees are bearing red apples. A couple of them are bearing yellow apples.
I'll take a sample of some of the ones that are in the trees already.
Okay.
And
you pull an apple off the tree. It's nice and firm. You give it a sniff. It has that good fresh apple scent. You sort of dust, rub it off or
rub
wipe
it
it,
off.
brush it off, or whatever. Take a bite into it. Oh, nice and sweet. Yeah, if you don't do anything about all this undergrowth, well, eventually that's going to start choking out the trees and affect the production. But it wouldn't take a whole lot of work to clear out that stuff, and then you might be able to turn this into a fairly good operating apple orchard. And then whether you want to use those, sell those apples as fruit, or whether you want to keep them for yourselves and any animals to eat, or whether you want to turn them into like cider or an apple brandy or something like that, you could probably do any of that stuff pretty easily once you get the undergrowth all under control.
Oh yeah, I don't think Ivy would have a problem at all with any of that.
Oh yeah. She is like, she kind of ponders, well, why do they taste very similar, but one of them is yellow and one of them is red, and you tell her that they're both ripe, and she kind of has 20 questions about that, and Enka, does whatever she does to explain that to her. And then, there's a little butterfly, and she wants to go chase the butterfly.
Sounds like her.
Yeah. So, all right. And then when we come back to you, we'll talk about interactions with the neighbors.
Okay.
If there's nothing else you wanted to do on the farmstead itself.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Okay, so now swinging back around, we're kind of jumping back and forth in time, and jumping forward and backward in different days and everything.
Does that mean that time is on our side?
Let's see. Let me check. Well, actually, Adamant, I don't see a Mick or a Jagger in your name, so no, I don't think time is on your side.
Hurt.
I think that's.
Man. I
think that's exclusively for Sir Mick.
I applaud that.
All right. And so, Adamant, what did you want to spend time doing? Is there anything you want to focus on, or you're just continuing preparations for the tournament?
Just continuing preparations for the tournament. What he might end up doing is he doesn't like the way the practice weapons he got there handled, so he'll make his own practice weapon.
Oh, okay, all right. Kind of using the guidelines of what's allowed and what's not allowed.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You could say that when you get done with that, it's a masterwork. So it will give you a +1 to hit, but it won't give you any pluses to damage.
Fair enough.
So if you craft your own practice weapon, it will be tournament legal, give you a +1 to hit, but no added damage. All right. And Galibar, your brothers and sisters from the tribe, they seem to be, over the next couple of days, they seem to be acclimating very well. And they they definitely are asserting themselves while they're considered novices in the gladiatorial arena. They're able to go to toe with most of the veteran, not just the professional gladiators, but most of the veteran gladiators. And the champion has a few tricks up her sleeve that they're not quite ready to engage with, but otherwise they are handling themselves very well. So is there anything in particular that Galibar wanted to do?
He's just going to continue training.
Okay. All right. Then we will go ahead and check in with Oyahusa. Oyahusa, is there anything that you wanted to be doing during this next couple of days?
No.
Okay. All right. So, Enka, we are back to you. Let's do this. It's annoying me that I didn't set the name of this thing. So, all right. So you will go to check out the neighborhood, as it were.
Okay.
And in the neighborhood, there are you see that from the main road, there's probably about a good mile between the farmstead where you are and the next farmstead. And so that means that when you leave the edge of the farmstead as it's marked out, there's some undeveloped, unused land. Doesn't have any buildings on it. It just seems to be natural growth, few trees here and there, some natural grassland. And you go maybe a mile and then you see the edge of the next farm. And you will discover there that it's a human family, and the family is there's a sign at the edge of the road that proclaims this as the Blazewood Farmstead.
Okay.
And you will look. Okay, Blazewood Farmstead. Farmer is. All right. So the farmer is named Thornley. And farmer's wife is the farmer's wife is Mira.
Okay.
Okay, so Thornley and Mira Blazewood are at the Blazewood Farmstead, and you, as you walk up, you notice that you can see the farmer who is past his middle years, and
Mm-hmm.
his wife, who has kind of salt and pepper hair,
Mm-hmm.
they're both outside. He is over working on a bit of fence that it looks like he's mending. She has a pail and is at a hand pumped well that sits maybe 30 feet in front of the farmhouse. And
Okay.
she's filling up a pail with water from that well. And as you sort of walk onto their property, they both sort of look up and they look at each other, and it's clear they don't recognize you, so that makes them a little bit on edge, but they don't seem hostile.
Okay.
And they look at you, and the farmer will put down his tools and he'll begin walking over towards his wife as you come up.
And I come up in the horse and cart, and I get within speaking distance, and I stop the cart and I give them a little wave, and I'm like, "Greetings to you and your fair wife. I have just come to look at the property 1 mile that way," and she points back to Longbarrow, the Longbarrow property, and thought while I was out here looking to see if it was something that I might like to purchase, I thought I would see who was in the neighborhood, so to speak, and just get a chance to talk to you and find out what the what everyone was like, and just have a chance to say hello.
And the farmer, he kind of looks at his wife, and then he looks at you and he says, Mara, honey, you believe it? It's I do think this is one of them minotaurs. Doesn't that sound right, Mira? And she says, "Yes, dear. That sounds right. I think she's a minotaur." And he says,
"Yes, I am a minotaur, and
Thornley says,
Enka Inquires."
And Thornley looks at his wife and says, "She? How can you tell she?" And Mira elbows him and says, "Don't you see the dress she's wearing?" And he's like, I just looking at the horns. I wasn't rightly looking at what she's wearing. Howdy, ma'am," he says, and he takes his hat off and sketches like a crude little country bow, as you would for a lady that comes onto your property. And
she
he
steps
says,
off of the rig. She gets down and kind of lets the reins just loop over the buggy, so to speak, just to let the horse or pony, whatever it is, to rest. And she gives a slight curtsy and goes, "It's very nice to meet you. And you are?"
And he says, "Well, my name is Thornley Blazewood. This is my wife, Mira." And Mira says, "Yes, we're the Blazewoods. This is our farm. So it was so sad to hear about the passing of the poor farmer over at the
Longbarrow.
Over at Longbarrow. You say you're interested in purchasing the place. Are you a farmer?"
I was raised in a culture of farming and herding, so I've done the work. I've been there before, but I'm now kind of in a bit of an adventuring group, and we are trying to find some place that we can settle down and have a small area of our own for when we are in the local area. But I was also just coming around to see who had been kind enough to make sure that the animals that had belonged to the property had been taken care of. I'm not looking to see where they are. I just wanted to make sure people were aware that they had been taken and that they are, if they've been cared for, that I'm thankful for that, just as a former herding person thing. I don't know.
And Thornley, he sort of bobs his head and he says, "Oh yes. Well, over at the Dernuo farm, I believe the Dernuos, they have taken in the cattle and the horses that were there in the main farm, or in the main barn, and they have them there. I think they had. I think over there at Longbarrow, they had, I want to say, like 20 head of milk cow and maybe 4 or 5 head of beef cow. Not many, but maybe a couple of steers and the rest of them cows. So they are all over at the Dernuo farm, and
Gotcha.
that's it. So cattle and horses at the.
And do you know who took the chickens?
Oh, the chickens. The chickens. Yeah. And Mira will say, "Oh, yes, I believe so. I believe that the that at the Visastal farm. I believe at the Vistastal farm is where you're going to find the chickens. They mostly raise poultry over there. They got quite a few turkeys, and they got a pond where they have a few ducks, and I think a couple, and maybe like 40, 50 ducks and maybe 20 geese or so. And then they got several large coops with chickens and some roosters. So good. I think they are at the Visastal farmstead.
Good. That's good to hear. And thank you for that information. And then she'll try to keep the conversation going a little bit by just asking, where these other farmsteads are and how far from here and what type of people they are. And are they friendly like you? Any issues? Think they would have a problem with having new neighbors? That kind of thing.
And they said, "Well, we're all good, respectable country folk. I mean, none of us would want to see those animals come to any harm. So, soon as we knew that the old farmer had passed on, we talked with a couple of the elders in Undercliff and notified them, and they suggested that we sort of secure the main house, which which several of us did." And
and so she fishes around in a pocket and she says, "Well, I saw that had been secured, but I had noticed that the farmhouse, one of the shutters had been loose, so I put it back together, and then when I kind of went up to the door, and the door was unlocked, and I peeked in, but when I came back out, I noticed that the key had been left in the lock. So she pulls out of her pocket. She's like, and so if you're helping keep things locked up, I think you probably want this back. And I had locked the door up.
Oh, well, the Mira looks at her husband, and he looks at her, and then he says, oh, well, we are not, strictly speaking, the custodians, of course, but we are working with several of the other families and the town elders of Undercliff. We can hand this off to those elders if you want us to.
Yes, what?
If you think
just for
that's
now, why don't
that's
you?
proper.
I would.
And so they look at each other, and they nod, and he takes the key from you, and then Mira says, oh, well, it's very it's very warm this afternoon. You must be tired from your riding. Would you like to come in for a glass of water, or maybe a little bite of some cornbread that I've been making?
Oh, I would, if it wouldn't inconvenience you, I wouldn't mind sitting and talking with you a little longer. That's very
Well,
polite individuals, and it's very
oh,
nice
well,
to meet you.
come in and make yourselves comfortable, or make yourself comfortable, and then as you are walking towards the house, you see somebody over there who looks like it must be a farmhand, and the old farmer Thornley will call out to the farmhand, and thank you, William, in the chat room. He will call out to the farmhand, and he'll say, Goomba, would you come over to this fence here? I was mending it, but we have an unexpected guest. Could you work on that fence until our guest leaves, and then I'll come back out and help you with it? And Goomba waves over. He looks like another younger human, and he says, yes, of course, I'll help you out, Farmer Thornley. And he walks over and he takes up the work that the old farmer was doing. So they lead you inside, and it's a modest but well-appointed farmhouse. There's evidence that they have had probably several children, which, judging by their age, are probably all adults, and either off farming their own land or off pursuing whatever careers they have.
Mm-hmm.
And as they bring out this is like a very sort of sweet cornbread. So it's kind of a mild sweetness, and she's made it in like these little individual cakes. So it's almost like they're small little individual cakes, and she's got some very creamy butter that is there, that she has with it, and you can put the butter on, and it tastes very good. And she's got some water, and she'll put on some water for tea as well. So that is heating. And then she says, well, now we've you must excuse my husband and I. We've never met a Minotaur before.
She chuckles a little and goes, many people haven't, surprisingly. There's some of us out there, but they're usually the male variety of us, and big strong muscles and all that.
Yes, and so you mentioned that you grew up in a farming culture, but you said something about, well, you said something about, and you can make an insight check at this point if you want to.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Yes. 26. It's very obvious. The two of them are acting like people that they have a question that they feel like they need to ask, but they also feel like it's maybe a sensitive question and perhaps um, uh, an uncomfortable sort of question. And she sort of fumbles around a little bit, and then finally Thornley puts a hand on her arm and says, "Miss Inka,
Yes.
what my wife is trying to say is, you mentioned that you are in the company of adventurers. Now, around here, well, I get a little bit nervous when people talk about adventurers, because we hear stories. You hear stories that once a year we get a chance to take a trip into the city, and by a trip I mean we spend the night and kind of have a little bit of a fancy time in the city. And one of the things we almost always do is almost always go over and spend a little time at the yawning portal.
Yes.
And well, at the yawning portal you hear stories about adventures. And it seems like especially if you believe them tales that Volo tells.
And about that time she just goes, you see her put her hand on her head and lower her head and goes, oh dear.
You believe them stories that Volo tells. Where there's adventures, there's trouble.
Can I tell you a little something? I personally, I've met him, and I think he kind of over exaggerates things just a little.
Oh, and Mira said, "I knew it. He always tells. You know what he said one time telling a story. He talked about a lizard that stood on two legs, a big tail, and was 25 feet tall. Now, what kind of nonsense is that? There's no such thing as a lizard that stands on two legs and is 25 feet tall. Has big old powerful hind legs and little bitty short front legs, and can bite a horse in half. There's no such thing as a lizard like that." And Inka's thinking, that sounds an awful lot like a T-Rex. I knew that Volo was just funning with people and telling stories. Okay, Thornley, what I tell you, you can't believe everything you hear from folk like him. Well, that's certainly good to know. So, tell me, now, you all, you and your companions, you say you're adventurous. You looking to sort of put your adventuring days behind you and take up farming?
Actually, no. We're looking more. We're looking more for a place that between adventures that we can go. So, when we need some downtime, when we need some rest, or we're in between adventures, we're working on stuff. We kind of like needing a home a home to come back to.
Like a nice little place to go and be quiet and sort of reflect on what you've done and prepare for what's coming next. Is that what I hear you saying?
For the most part, we're a small group right now, and maybe in the future, we might expand a little bit to have a few more people join or to come to us to train. But I guess maybe the benefit to you is if we were to buy this property and basically set up home here along with some training grounds and whatnot, you and the can't pronounce that one, the Durnaho and the Visastel farmsteads would actually be you wouldn't be far from having people be able to defend you or protect you if something were to attack or that kind of thing. So in a way we can help keep the area safe, and go from there.
And Thornley says, "Oh, you mean keep it safe, like from those stories we heard a few years ago about that cult that was following all them dragons, wanted to do something with what's that name, Tiamat or Matter T or
Yes.
Tiamat. Yeah. So like if that kind of trouble came, you guys could just put an end to that nonsense.
Well, we would do our best that we could. So I think we could manage something for you.
And Mira kind of looks at her husband and shakes her head slowly and says, "There he goes again. He's just buying all those stories that Volo tells.
Well, some of
dragons.
his stories are rooted in truth, and some of his stories are a little bit on the exaggerated side. So it's just simply picking out the good with the bad, and sometimes just deciding not to believe everything that you hear.
Yes. Well, my
besides, Volo's a bit of a loudmouth.
Oh, yes, he is. That's for sure. And you can hear him. You can hear him over the entire crowd at the yawning portal, even when some rude people are talking and not allowing the storyteller to go forward with the story. That it seems that Volo can just talk right over them. I don't know how he does that.
Well, that's just him. That's his special ability, I think. But so she, I just say she just continues to kind of answer their questions and chit chat a little bit and talk to them about, the people that are part of her party and that kind of thing.
Do you name check any of them or describe anything? And what I'm mainly thinking about is, would you mention anything about one of your friends being like the former champion of the gladiator arena in
and what do you guys call yourselves, the heroes of we
don't have a name.
Well, what people call you.
They call us the heroes of Waterdeep, essentially.
Yes, they. You talk about the that attack a few months ago, and on the city of Waterdeep, and how your companions were instrumental in helping to thwart that attack, and Thornley says, he kind of excitedly leans a little bit forward to you, Inka, and he says, "They say that in that attack there were actual dragons that were in the sky above Waterdeep. Is that true?" And when he asks that, his wife just sort of rolls her eyes and shakes her head like, "Okay, there he goes, believing
There he goes
more,
again.
more fairy tales." But how would Inka respond to that?
Inka would kind of look at him and go, "Well, I believe that yes, there were some dragons, but since I wasn't here, I'm not quite sure of everything that took place. But she, with one of them having been a former arena champion or gladiatorial champion, and the others, one of them is a warforged, and the other two are half elves. She doesn't mention that. Well,
I guess Elora is actually with you.
Elora would be with me, but
Also,
either that or
Oya-
she
Oya
just
thinks
decided to stay at the farm because
Yeah, okay. We'll say that she decided to stay at the farm and
she's
wander
not.
among
She doesn't want to do the whole social thing. She just wants to talk to the trees.
She wants to talk to the trees in the orchard and see what she can do about
So she won't
maybe
say that
convincing
she's
the underbrush. Okay.
Like drow or anything. She'll
Part
just say
drow,
you half
yeah.
elves. Yeah.
one of them. I think Oyahus is a full wood elf.
Oh, I thought he was half. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think that's in the other game.
Okay, so yeah, so wood elf and half elf or whatever. Anyway, Inka would know Heather is sometimes clueless. So
okay, they will. Yeah, he will be very excited, and he will turn. He says, "See, I knew that them stories wasn't all false. There were dragons that attacked that." And she kind of crosses her arms, and she gives him a disapproving look, and kind of glances at you like you should know better than to fill his head with fanciful stories. And she says, "Now, Thornley, I've told you once. I've told you 100 times. I bet my bottom copper that what happened in that event, that tragic event, is that a bunch of people got too drunk and they started causing some fires that burned some of those buildings. And that is what accounts for all the rebuilding they're having to do. You believe that there was dragons in the sky setting fire to parts of the town, and some people talk about big ships in the sky. That's just preposterous. That couldn't have happened. Not so close to nice, respectable folk like us. Those people, they just make up all kinds of stories. Well, now, I'm sure, Miss Inka, that you and your friends are lovely people. And if you want to come and you want to have a nice place to relax between your adventures, then you would be very welcome to be part of the little community here on the fringes of Undercliff. And you bring
it's very sweet of you.
You bring your strengths and your capabilities, and if there's ever any kind of incursions by wild bears, or even perhaps a few of them goblins, if they even exist, that would come to threaten our community. Well, I'm sure you all would be up to the task of taking care of that. Just as long as you keep your adventures for the adventuring. And I do hope that you and your friends will remember how susceptible my dear Thornley is to all kinds of fantastical stories.
Well, I will try to make sure that that is something that we'll be aware of, and we'll try not to get into too much telling stories, so to speak.
Well, that's just wonderful. Now, at one time, Longbarrow Farm had over 100 people that were living there and working there.
Mm-hmm.
He had the old farmer. He had a very busy operation every fall during the harvest for his orchards, and he had at least 8 or 10 different plots of ground that were worked by different workers on a seasonal basis. So at the peak of the harvest season, there's probably about 100 people that would be there, and then 30 or 40 that would live there full time throughout the entire year. So if there's a small group of you that comes, and even if you have a few people that come and want to learn something from your adventures, that's going to be just fine. But we just like our little part of the world to stay quiet and peaceful, and
That's basically what our people are looking for. We don't need to have all this extra going on around us while we're trying to, recover from perhaps long travels or whatever. We just want to be, comfortable.
well, that's just lovely, and I'm sure once you all get, if you all do wind up purchasing the place and get settled in, I'm sure that we would love having you all over for dinner, and maybe invite a few of the other farm families. We could have like a nice big picnic with several of the local families, so everyone could get introduced and find out a little bit more about where you and your companions have been. And maybe you could reassure my Thornley that the world is not quite as scary a place as he sometimes likes to imagine it to be.
So, Jim, do I get a sense that she's kind of the pants of the two? She's the one that wears the pants in the house.
It's more that she is the one that is very grounded in the day-to-day reality, and that while he's certainly manly and masculine, he's also kind of prone to flights of fancy, at least in her opinion. And it's clear that she's has lived a very, very sheltered life. She probably was born in a farming community and grew up in a farming community, and by golly, I'm gonna die in a farming community. And I'm not gonna have any nonsense, no monsters and no incursions and no magic gonna be any part of my life. It's probably what.
Okay, then.
You kind of get the sense that that's the kind of person she is. So it's not necessarily that she wears the pants, but just sort of she keeps him grounded.
Gotcha.
Which in her mind is something that he needs.
Gotcha. Okay.
To avoid.
Well, then I will thank her very much for her food or her cakes. They were very delicious, and if we do buy the property, I should I would be more than happy to share some of my mother's recipes, so to speak, with her, and hope that things will work out so that we can be neighbors. And it was very nice meeting them, blah blah blah. And then I get the hell out of Dodge.
Okay.
So I do basically the same thing with the other two. Go around and try to look at them or find out who they are. But
Sure.
by the time I'm sure I'm done with that, I go back and get Elora and go home or go back to the inn.
Okay.
I honestly cannot wait for that man to meet Galibar.
Well, hello there.
That man or his wife?
That man.
Both.
Yeah, both really, but
Yeah.
especially that man. Galibar looks very draconic now.
Yes. yes, he does. And if either one of them ever catch sight of frost coming out of his mouth when he breathes on something, he may have a heart attack and she may have a conniption. You don't know. All right. Speaking of heart attacks and conniptions, while we certainly don't wish that on anybody, we do need to take a moment for a break. So I have about 18 after the hour now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to move us back to our break slate. I am going to go ahead and bring the music up a little bit and set the timer for a few minutes for our break. While we are on break, keep in mind, players, that you can either stay here and chat with the viewers that are on the stream, or you can go over to the off-stream chat and strategize. Just to give you as players a little bit of a heads up, when I get back, I think we will go ahead and get started with the melee. We won't exclusively focus on that. We'll do like 2 or 3 rounds of the melee, and then we'll go and see what other people who aren't in the melee want to do. So we'll have everybody have
the tournament, right?
Yeah, the tournament.
Okay. So sorry, Enka would want to be back for that. So
okay, all right, yeah.
We'll just make it work somewhere.
Yeah.
Somehow.
Okie dokie. And another. Oh, okay. That's interesting. All right. So I'm going to mute myself, and I'll be back in a few minutes.
And I will be right back too.
Are you hyped for this battle royale, Adamant?
Yeah. I just redid half my spells.
I'm not sure whether or not I'm going to use mine or not, because I can use my spell slots for other things.
I don't have anything else to use spell slots for.
Huh?
I don't have anything else. Oh.
Kind of wish I could participate, but I just don't think it doesn't make sense for Oyahus's character as a character.
Oya likes to have fun.
He's not flashy like that, though. He wouldn't want to be in the spotlight.
I mean,
he'd probably end up winning it all, and then all of a sudden he's a celebrity, and that's like the opposite of what he wants.
You could ask Galibar to give you control of some of the a couple of the gladiators or something.
Nah, that's okay.
Adamant is in it for the flashiness and such.
Galibar's in it entirely to have fun. He hasn't fought in a while.
Adamant doesn't quite
Galibar
understand fun.
Galibar does it for the glory.
No, he already has glory. He's in it because he wants to have fun.
Adamant got his glory the first time around. Now he's out to get his get the win back.
Yeah. From just sparring with the current champion, Galibar knows that this is probably not going to be much of a challenge. He just wants to have fun.
Adamant beat up the trainer.
Dorafear or whatever.
Yeah, Dorsafear. Beat up Dorsafear. Well, the half-orc trainer.
Oh, that wasn't Dorsafear.
No.
Dorsafear could probably wipe the floor with Galibar at the moment, from what I understand about him. But
Adamant beat up the other trainer.
Maybe I could do it as some kind of costume or something, like some kind of mask.
You could wear the mask that Adamant made.
You could wear the outfit that you wore at the ball.
I'll just show up in a ninja outfit with a mask.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to use your sword.
Oh, we're not allowed to use weapons?
We can use weapons, but we gotta use practice training weapons, yeah. Adamant made his because he didn't like the way you can usually tell in arenas practice weapons. And it's just easier to make a new one. Let me maintain this up to snuff.
Yeah, everything has to be non-lethal. So they blunt the great axes I'm using and several of the other gladiators are using are blunted. They don't want any accidental deaths because while they have healers, I'm sure most of those healers don't know how to resurrect somebody.
Yeah, they not only do they not want to have to resurrect anybody, it's very expensive if they have to go to one of the temples and pay for a resurrection for somebody. Yeah, okay. Doors of Fear, thank you for the feedback. From my observations, OBS has restarted the stream on its own 2 or 3 times at least already today. So I'm gonna have to
high again, apparently.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that was something that was happening. I'll have to go back and listen to the recording and see what's going on with that. So anyway, we will go back to our slate, and then I think was there anything that anybody else wanted to do before we kind of get into the first stages of the Royal Rumble?
We're trying to persuade Ken to join in.
Oh, would
show up in costume.
Well, as long as Ayahusa would be using a practice weapon, it would basically do the same attacks without the magical bonus and the same damage, but just subdual damage and none of the extra magical damage. Basically, would be the one stipulation.
He is a subdual weapon.
Yeah, and of course, he doesn't really even need a weapon if he wanted to fight barehanded. He's pretty handy with his non-weapon attacks.
His whole body's a weapon.
Yeah, so
no, but it's not his. I just don't think he would be something involved in something so spectacle.
Okay.
So.
Well, I think Enka is planning to attend as a spectator, so you could join her in the stands if you wanted to. You guys could Statler and Waldorf it up. Be the two Muppets in the theater box making wisecracks about what's happening in the arena, if you want to. So.
Yep, I think that would be awesome.
Yeah.
You could be in the announcer box, not giving biased cheers for Adamant and Galibar.
Yeah. Oh, come on! That was so low blow.
So let's see. So that is okay, that is then that is 2, and then that is all right. So these guys will, or the day of the tournament will come, the Grand Melee Royal Rumble, as they're billing it. And we have 2 battles that are of note. We have a battle that features Galibar, and we have a battle that features Adamant. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to put that person back on the GM layer, and we're going to sort of, for the moment, we're going to pretend that we have 2 different sub areas of the same arena. And in these 2 different sub areas, one of them we are going to find Galibar, and one of them we are going to find Adamant. So Galibar is over here, and he is facing off against several opponents. Let's see. We have 1, 2. Okay, so we have.
You can't see any of this just in case.
Right, yeah, I know. We have these 2 people here. We'll bring them up, put them here, and bring them to the token layer. And then we will have these guys that are here. Whoops. There we go. That's better. We'll have them go to this layer. Okay. And we will see that Galibar's fight is going to feature him against. There are 8 different opponents that immediately come charging at him. And then as for Adamant, he will have 1 opponent initially that comes charging at him. So we're going to have this guy over here. Oh, that's actually... It's actually not him. It's actually one of the... Oh, yes. One of these guys. That is from the tribe. And then, where is our buddy Adamant? Adamant is here. What did we say? Current hit points 77? Is that it?
Yeah, he's got 77.
And AC is still 25?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So now we'll go ahead and bring the bring this over here. And this is what we see in the 2 different little areas of the arena. We're not going to worry about what's going on with the other fights for right now. We're just going to focus on what's happening with these guys. Now, Galibar, you are not being faced by any of the challengers, nor are you being faced initially by the current champion. You are being faced by 2 of the veteran gladiators, and veterans are people who have been in the arena for at least 3 years, but they are not, like the top people that are currently part of the arena scene. The professional gladiators are people who have been a gladiator for at least 1 year, but less than 3 years. So just to give you kind of an idea of what you're up against. And Adamant, you are faced off against a full-blooded orc. This is apparently one of the people that came from Galibar's tribe that he was telling you guys about. And we'll say, for the sake of argument, that this guy is actually Largak. Okay. So he is the one that is faced off against you at the moment. And so what I would like to do is I'm going to go and put one turn for the veteran, and one turn for the professionals, and then I'll give them initiatives, and I'll put one turn for Largak, and then I will go ahead and roll the initiative for these guys, and you guys can roll your own initiative, and we will just check in on the two battles as they take place.
Oh, well, I guess it would help if didn't have that.
Okay. I'm 17. Then let me check my little cheat sheet over here. The veterans. I made up stats for all these people. Okay, the veterans get an initiative of that, and the professionals get an initiative of that. Okay, so alright, /R1, 1d20 plus 3. So veterans go on a, oh, come on here. Veterans go on a 14, and the professionals go on a 6. All right, so then let's go in descending order. All right, and I'm just not giving those guys any bonus. So if there's ever a tie, you guys will always win the tie by default on the initiative. So Galibar, not surprisingly, you are the first person who gets to go, and I will tell you that from watching these people as you've been in here preparing over the last few days, the veterans seem like they're a little tougher than the professionals, but obviously there's more professionals in the ring than there are veterans, so it's up to you. You can decide how you want to proceed. So Galibar, the floor is yours.
Galibar is going to use his bonus action to rage.
Okay.
With a big smile on his face, and he is going to rush right here. And his first blow is going to be a sweeping blow. So it's going to hit both the people within 5 feet of me.
Okay, you're starting with 6 and swinging around to 3. Oh, you guys can't see. That would be good if I did this. And I'll do this. So then as you guys take your turns, I'll go ahead and activate the other ones. All right, so
First attack. Oh, 23 is definitely going to hit. So we have the first hit takes all that damage. The second hit takes that -5.
Okay, so this guy takes a total of 18 damage, and he is immediately bloodied. And this guy here takes 13 damage. Because yes, these guys do not appear to rage, or they haven't raged yet. So that's your first attack. Now, do you get 2 attacks, or does that take up your whole?
That's
okay.
It's like a smite. I do. Then I'm gonna target this one with my second attack.
Okay. 32.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, this guy is he is out of there. He is down. He is out of the fight.
And I just turn my head and look and stare directly at them. With a big
okay.
smile on my face.
Okay, well, before we find out how they respond, Largak, the orc over here, he will rush at Adamant, and he will make 2 melee attacks with the longsword. And he is fighting with the longsword two-handed.
Okie dokie.
Alright, so actually that means that I need to double check this. He actually has that armor class for my benefit, since he's using his weapon two-handed and not using a shield. Then he will swing twice.
Jeez.
A crit. Okay, so he will nail armor class 25, which, yes, that means that he actually has to do a crit to hit to hit Adamant. But he hits you for 21 points of damage on his first hit. And then he will strike again. And he will miss. So
Almost
only
no
one of the
reaction from Adam. He just kind of stares.
Yeah. But man, he's definitely strong, and he's definitely got great technique with that practice weapon. Okay. And then Adamant, you are in fact able to go next.
Adamant looks down at the new dent he has. Looks at the orc. I just fixed that spot recently.
And the orc kind of grins at you. Well, now you have another project. Metal Man.
So, first swing. Oh, wait, hold on. I forgot that was on. Sorry. That's on me. So that's a 20 to hit with 5 bludgeoning.
20 to hit. That will hit for 5 bludgeoning damage. And he will take all of that at the moment.
Now I turned that off. Heck. Where's it for?
Okay. So what is your second swing, a 13 or a 15?
It's a 13. It's turned up. Oh, I know why. Never mind. Yeah, it's a 13.
13? Okay. Then 13 will miss. He dodges out of the way of the second attack. Okay.
And then he swings left, of course.
Oh, left from. All right.
Just gonna try to backhand him with the shield.
15. He dodges out of the way of your attack, and he says, "Oh, sneaky Metal Man. Fight with shield. You made by orc."
Dwarf.
Oh, dwarf sneaky fighters like orcs.
And then with that, do you have anything else you want to do, Adamant?
Nope.
Okay, so then the two veterans will attack. 5, 10, 15, 20. And then this guy will move up 5, and they will both try to attack Galibar, and they have an attack bonus of that. So it's whoops. All right, so they have an attack bonus of that, and the first attack is or veteran 1 will make their first attack and miss with an 18. Second attack for veteran 1 is an 11. That'll miss. First attack for veteran, the other veteran, veteran 2, is an 8. That'll miss. Second attack for veteran 2 is an 18. That will miss. So then this guy begins crawling away, and this guy will move in, and this guy will go 5, 10, 15, 20. This guy will go 5, 10, and this guy will go 5, 10. And so then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the professionals that will try to attack, and they each get 1 attack, and they have this attack bonus. 19 will miss. 8 will miss. 17 will miss. 6 will miss. And 8, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 will miss. Swish, 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 swish. Hey, Galibar, there's air conditioning in here. You're getting all kinds of. They're just fanning with these weapons, and they are missing you. You are dodging out of the way, very skillfully. And Galibar, you are back up. You are almost completely surrounded now. What would you like to do?
Well, my first attack is going to be a sweeping blow again, hitting these 3 as I'm going to spend a 3rd level spell slot.
Okay.
Okay. First attack. Does a 16 hit them?
A 16 will hit them. So the first guy takes a total of 14.
The other ones take...
Is that correct?
Yeah, the other ones take that minus 5. I rolled really low on damage, but yay.
Okay, so the 13 minus 5 or the 14 minus 5?
14 minus 5.
Okay, 9. So there's that. And okay, so this one up here, the third one up here actually drops with that. I should have shown that he was bloodied before, but I didn't. But he drops. So he is now out of the fight as well. So that was your first attack. What would you like to do for your second attack?
The second attack will be targeting this one.
Okay. Oh, 30. Yeah. 17 points of damage. Okay. That will be enough to bloody. Whoops. That will be enough to bloody that one. All right. Anything else, or is that it?
That'll be it.
Okay. Largak will he will look at Adamant, realize how tough Adamant is. He will change his grip on his longsword, and he will shift his shield around from his back. So now he's going to fight one-handed, and he's going to boost his armor class by 1 by putting his shield on. And so he will go ahead and he will make his attacks against you one-handed with the longsword. 19 will miss, and an 8 will miss. And then he seems to kind of hulk up a little bit, and it seems that it's not exactly the same, because let's face it, Galibar is a pretty unique character, but you get the sense that he's probably raging now. So the damage that you deal to him may not have as much effect as it did before. So that is his turn. Adamant, you are up.
Adamant kind of looks at him for, shakes his head a little bit. Well, I guess sometimes that's what it takes. Sweet. That's a miss. Come on, Adamant. Jesus. Roll something good.
Oh, yeah, that'll hit. 20 will hit him for 6 points of damage, so he takes 3 of that.
Adamant kind of lifts up the warhammer, looks at it, gives it a couple more practice swings.
He says, you fight well, but I am learning your strokes.
And then we will move over to the 2 veterans. And the veterans, they will go and they will attack Galibar. So 1 will miss with a 10. Second attack will miss with an 11. Second one, first attack will actually connect. Now let's see how much. Now I have to go back and look and see how much damage they do. Okay, that much.
So 1 hit KO.
Whoops.
Which one hit me?
This one. Veteran 2 hit you, the one that you had bloodied the last time. So the total is 10 damage, but because you are raging, you take only 5 of that. And then the second attack from that person is a 23. So that will also hit. And that does 12 damage, but because of your raging, you'll only take 6 of that. So, okay, wonderful. All right. Alrighty, right. And then the professionals. This guy starts to crawl away. And the other 4 professionals, they will attack. They each get their 1 attack. And so 10 will miss. An 8 will miss. A 20 will hit. And an 18 will miss. So 1 attack. And these guys, they get this damage. 7, which for Galibar is 3 points of damage. So only 3 because he's raging. And that is their turn. And Galibar, you are up once again. What would you like to do?
Okay. Well, I'm gonna look at this one that this one that managed to hit me twice, and I'll say, "Huh, I almost felt that," and I'm gonna hit them. 18 plus 5.
8. Oh man. 18 and 5. That is 23. So you knock that one into next week, and they go down. Your next attack.
Which of the veterans or professionals have hit me?
Let's see. We'll say this person has missed you, and this is the only person that has managed to hit you, other than the one you took out.
I'm gonna look at him, and I'm just gonna kick him in the chest.
Okay.
I'm getting an 11 misses.
Yeah. 11 will miss.
Yeah, I'm not as accurate.
Okay. Almost forgot. Adamant.
Mm-hmm.
You notice something out of the corner of your eye. It's the end of the second round. You notice that several combatants across the arena are down, and with those being down, there are a couple of more people that look like they have noticed you, and they are beginning to move in your direction. And so they are going to they're going to come this way. They are not going to be close enough to be in combat this round. But because they are veterans, they will go when the other veterans go. They use their full movement to get here. And basically, that's all for them. Largak, he looks at other people, and he sees them coming, and he snarls at them. He says, "No, this one is mine." And then you kind of wonder, okay, are these people actually coming to fight you, or are they going to come to fight the orc? But we'll have to find out next round what they do. As for Largak, he is going to continue fighting you one-handed. And 21 is going to be a miss, and a 9 will be a miss. Adamant, you are up.
Seeing more people coming his way, Adamant just kind of reaches up with his shielded hand, rubs his chin, takes a moment to look around the battlefield. How many people are down?
At this point, there's probably, out of the 64 people that started, at this point, there's probably about 10 of them that are down.
Cool. Hey, what size of object would you say a weapon was?
What size of object? Well, it depends on the weapon. Something like a warhammer? Is that what you're...
Warhammers, axes? No.
Warhammer would probably be considered, or a hand axe would probably be considered a small size weapon.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is there more of?
What? What is there
He's
more
trying to
of?
I think he's trying to do animate objects.
Yes, I'm going to do animate objects.
What is the range on animate objects, first of all?
120 feet.
Oh my goodness. Okay. They are... Most of the things that people are fighting with here are either blunted or bladed weapons. So you'll find in roughly equal numbers. I need to roll some percentile dice, trying to figure out what's closest to you. So there, okay, that would be for that weapon. That would be for that weapon. That would be for that weapon. Okay, so out of the people that have gone down, there's about 8 long swords, and there's about 4 warhammers that are there. Now, do you have a restriction of the size of object you can pick up?
They count as different.
Okay. A long sword's probably going to be like a medium object,
okay.
And a hammer would be a small object.
All right, so he is going to look at Largak, lean on, kind of like clang his warhammer against his shield, doing a dwarven chant, and he is going to animate 5 blunted longswords.
5 longswords, okay.
And then he's going to point at
He's going to have them all attack. Okay, is this like a one-time attack, or how does this work? It
lasts until I lose concentration.
Okay. Okay. How far can they move and around?
30 feet.
Okay. So we'll say that. Let's say that. I'll say that one of those swords can get here this round. The other ones are coming from farther away.
All right. And as a bonus action, since I gotta wait for the whole group to get there, he's gonna take a swing at Largak.
Okay. On your token, I don't know whether you see the little 1 in the red circle. I'm just keeping track. That's my way of keeping track of how many of your weapons are in range now so far.
That 25 to whack him with the shield.
25 to whack him with the shield, and he takes 2 of that because he's raging. Okay. Anything else?
Nope. I'm just gonna draw a. Oh. No, I'll use this thing for the spiritual. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Sword.
Yeah. All right. There is 1 veteran left fighting Galibar. The 2 veterans that are trying to fight Adamant or moving in Adamant's direction cannot get there this round. The 1 veteran fighting Galibar will do this. That is 1 miss, swing and a miss. Oh, hey, that'll actually hit. So, let's see. Is that the 2d6 plus? Yes, it was the 2d6 plus 3. So 11 points of damage, 5 total to Galibar. So that is all for that one. And then the professionals, there are still 4 of them, so they make their attacks. Let's see. 18 is a miss. 6 is a miss. 5 is a miss. 18 is a miss. So clean misses all the way around. At the end of that round, this veteran is starting to crawl away. These guys get out of the area and go off the board over here. Okay, and off the board over here. All right, and Galibar, you are up.
Oh, now this veteran managed to hit me. So, they're going to get an axe to the chest.
Okay, 20.
4.
Yep, that's gonna hit for 23. And that one strike will bloody that one.
Okay, and another one.
Same target.
Yeah.
Definitely will hit, and that will take with 16. That will take that one out of the fight. All right. Largak will look at Adamant and will know that Adamant has done something. And then we'll see. You kind of get distracted by seeing off in the distance things rise up, but he's not quite sure what that all means yet because none of them are yet attacking him. And so he says, "Oh, tricksy metal man. We in tribe, we have ways of dealing with tricks." And he will attempt to attack you. 15 is a miss. 23 is a miss. And Adamant, you are up.
Okay, so they each count as individual effects. So I'm gonna bring one here.
Okay. This round, I'm gonna say that 2 more. Whoops, I'm sorry. The total should be 3, not 2. Okay. So you were able to affect 5, and 3 are now kind of in the area.
So he commands the 3 that are there to attack. I've got them set up where they're person they're attacking.
Okay. All right. So just tell me which target. Oh, whoops. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I need to do this so that you can see their number. And you can see their number. All right.
We'll just start with Largak and go clockwise.
Okay.
So go
All right.
Largak 10, 8.
Okay.
So this is my bonus action. 1, 2, and 3. Swing, swing, swing.
The 10 will miss. The 20 will hit for 6 points of damage.
And that was
yeah. And the 9 will miss.
And then Adam
Okay.
is going to swing at Largak.
Okay.
Swing batter, swing batter.
15. Yeah, 15 will miss. 24 will hit. He takes 4 of that from his raging.
And then Adamant is done.
Okay. All right, because yes, he used his bonus action for the things instead of the shield.
Yep.
All right. So now, you can tell as these veterans were coming up, they're kind of sizing both of you up. But as soon as they see these hammers attacking them, and they see that there's also another hammer attacking the orc, they're like, okay, we know what the danger is here. Now, I'm going to say that they can't go through the square where your weapon is.
They can attack the animated objects.
They can? Okay.
The weapons become creatures.
Yeah.
Okay. 2, 3, 4. They don't know that because they're not used to dealing with spells. So they're just going to try to get around those. Now, if they are creatures, do they get reactions, opportunity attacks or not? Okay.
Because that would be
5, 10,
quite a bit of the spiritual weapon.
15, 20. Okay. All right. So they will come up to you, and while Galibar is not getting attacked by whoops. I did something bad, but I'll fix it next time. While Galibar has dropped his veterans, you now have 2 veterans that are going to try to attack you. So, they will swing at you. 1 and 2. The veteran 10 misses you. 2 attacks. The veteran 8 miss. Oh, actually hits. So let's see. 2, yes. For 10 points of damage.
Okay.
So this one hit you for 10. And then I don't know if you need to do a concentration check or not.
I do, but I have Warcaster. Oh, it is a good thing I have Warcaster.
It is a good thing that you have Warcaster because, yes, you made the DC 10 that way. It's hard. It's hard for Adamant to fail a Constitution check in the best of times. All right. Then we are left with the professionals, and you guys in the arena at the end of this round, we're gonna come to you, sitting up in the stands, and let you see what you think about what's going on so far. So the 4 professionals will attempt to attack Galibar, and a 9 will miss. 22, that's 1 hit. A 19 is a miss. 20, oh, there's 2 hits. Okay, so so our 1, 2, 3. So one of them hits you for 2. The other one hits you for 11, rounded down is 5. So a total of 7 points of damage. And that is after calculating the half damage from the rage. And before your turn, Galibar, the camera shifts up into the stands where we find Enka and Oyahusa sitting. What do you guys think of what's going on so far?
Did he just leave? Are you back?
He just BRB'd, I think.
Okay. Go ahead, Enka.
No, that's fine. Sorry. So, she had, of course, shown up in plenty of time, find Oyahusa, sit down, and then she begins watching all of this, and it's even though she's a bard and she doesn't, she's not big into the whole battle scene, it's like every time she watches one of her teammates like throws a hit or takes a hit, that kind of stuff, that her muscles just kind of like clench and unclench, like her fists are kind of like, I can feel that one. Oh, ow.
You can probably feel the hits more than Galibar is.
Probably. So yeah, she's a little, I don't want to say she's excited, but she's definitely watching with some intensity, because she's so used to watching you guys, or not watching you guys, but she's so used to being in battle with you guys that, you get that narrowed focus. And so now it's kind of a different it's just a different way of seeing it and being able to watch you guys go at it with other people without her having to be there,
right.
In the thick of things. So yeah, so it's been interesting on her part. She's been just kind of sitting there watching all of this with quite a bit of intensity. Not quite sure what to make of it all yet.
Look, they think this is fun? What's wrong with the people I work with?
Well, either that or it's like sitting in the arena and watching a professional wrestling match. It's like, oh, get him.
Yeah.
Would Enka be more of the what are they doing, or would she be more of the get him good?
She'd probably be out there just since this is kind of the first time that she's actually been to I would say probably a gladiatorial arena. I mean, in such a big city. And the fact that she's got friends down in the arena itself, normally where she'd be like, clapping and cheering along with the crowd, she's just watching you guys very intently and hasn't really made a sound too much other than like, ooh, ow, or, ooh, that was really good. Just it's like she's talking to herself. And I'm sure Oyahusa is probably going, Jesus Christ, what the hell's wrong with her? But she's watching, she's learning, she's observing for once.
Yeah, and you can tell that these guys are using basically non-lethal weapons, and from the from what you can pick up from conversations of the crowd, like where people are explaining to first time attendees that normally don't come to these, you get the sense that, this is the kind of gladiator arena where all of the fights are using non-lethal. This is not where, this is not like a blood sport thing. This is a real fighting sport. Movie. Yeah. This is a real kind of combat sport where it is based on the idea of the sport and the combatants coming back and gradually fighting their way to better and better positions the longer they stay in the arena.
It's like D&D football.
Yeah.
It's kind of like D&D football, exactly. Yeah, cart one off, run another one on, and next week that guy will be back in the game.
It's D&D football, but everybody is tackle.
Exactly. Everybody except
Rugby.
one. Yeah, rugby. Everybody except one person winds up getting tackled at the end of the combat. Okay. At least in this sort of arena. All right, so we are back, and also at the top of the round, just want to let you know, Galibar, that as you look around, you wind up seeing several other people, several of your other orcs from the tribe that have come here. They appear to be holding their own and doing pretty well in the arena. A couple of them are actually fighting against each other and appearing to have a grand old time. Most of them are fighting in a knot of several of the other gladiators.
Do I see Largat fighting Adamant?
You would hear. There's one point where you hear this tank, and it's like, hey, striking that metal, that sounds familiar. And you look in that direction, and you see Largak over there going toe to toe with Adamant. And then you notice that, hey, wait, Adamant isn't fighting fair. There's a few little hammers floating around in the air. And
Adamant's getting teamed up on. He called in some help. That's all.
How far away is Adamant?
We can say, if you wish, we can say that this does represent the distance. So he would be about 50 feet away from where you are.
Cool.
So
so now it's my turn.
It is your turn. And in your peripheral vision, you notice that there is a challenger, and there is another veteran, and this challenger and this veteran look like they are headed in your direction. And they will not get close enough to engage with you this round, but it's clear they have, and they're kind of headed in that direction. By this time, looking around the arena, there's about 20 of the total combatants that have gone down. So you're now left with, from the 64 that started, there's 44 left. All right, so Galibar, you can go ahead.
I'm gonna
make your attacks.
I'm gonna make 2 sweeping attacks. The first one against these 2, and the second one against these 2.
Okay.
Okay, so by the way, Drats gave me advantage, so I'm gonna use
okay. Sure.
Hit.
Sure. Thank you, Drats.
That is 18 damage.
18 damage, and that was against. Can you ping which one you were attacking?
It's this one going into this one.
Oh, okay. So the 18 damage. Well, he wasn't bloodied before, but that's enough to take him out. And then this one is 13 damage.
Yes.
Okay, and that is enough to take him out as well.
And then
So
starting
they
with
both
this
go
one
down.
into this one for this next attack.
Okay. 32.
18.
So 18, that'll bloody this guy. I think it's going to bloody them both, but I don't think it's going to take either one of them out. And then 13 to this guy.
And then
Yep,
Galibar
that will.
Galibar is going to move over here.
Okay, so you move that way, and because those other guys are down, you have no opportunity attacks against you. All right. So Largak, he will look at Adamant, and he will say,
"Oh, Metal Man, Trixie. Well, we in Tribe, we know how to stop magic. We stopped the one using the magic. Ha ha ha!" And he looks at the two veterans. He says, "Brother, sister, help me take this one down." And he will make his 2 attacks against you. 23 will miss. 16 will miss.
Find myself glad he did not do a reckless attack.
Yeah, he's a special type of monster, and he's got a couple of his abilities that I've had to nerf because of the arena fight. So
gotcha.
Yeah, so I've had to nerf some of that from him, because when he does certain things, there's like automatic lethal damage that gets applied.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Yeah, Adamant, you are up.
All right. Let me put that down there. The other 2 should be now, so I'll drag those out. It is indeed hammer time. Sorry. Could not resist it.
Yes, and you now do have all 5 of your all 5 of your hammers or the long swords, I should say. All right.
Adamant just kind of looks first at like a Largak, meeting his eyes, and he does the same to the 2 veterans. And he's gonna touch these pearls around his neck.
Uh-oh.
And he's gonna cast a 2nd level Cure Wounds on himself.
I thought you were talking about like a bead of fireballs for a second. Like,
no, that would be lethal damage.
Yeah. So
he gets
15.
back 15 health.
Yep.
And then 2 here, 2 here, and 2 here, and we're just gonna go clockwise.
2 or 1? I think you can only do 1 on this guy.
Yeah, that's all that's on him is 1.
Okay, all right.
So we're just gonna go clockwise again. So it's gonna be the first 2, and then Largak 8.
Okay.
1, 2. Miss. The 17 hitter.
17 will hit. So for 9 points of damage. All right,
Largak.
and that makes that one bloodied. Largak will get hit with a 21 takes 5 points of damage.
And then number 8. Oh.
Ooh, the 9 will miss, but the 23 will hit and deal 12 points of damage. And it's not bloodied. Wait.
Nice. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, alright.
And that finishes my turn.
Okay. Let me see. Oh, had gotten hit before. Right. All right. The veterans. This one veteran is too far away to deal with Galibar, but these two veterans, they will focus their attacks on.
Poor Adamant getting triple T.
Adamant. Okay. A 6 will miss. A 20 will miss. An 18 will miss. Hey, a 25 actually hits.
He doesn't get hit often, but when he gets hit, it hurts.
Well, 6 points of damage. Yeah.
Well, technically, that was a crit. Double damage, right?
Oh, wait a minute. That should be.
Yeah. Back down to 51. I just healed all that.
Okay, so. Oh, wait, did you subtract 6? Because I already subtracted 6.
I subtracted 6.
Okay, so just subtract 2 more then. Instead of subtracting 8. Because I had subtracted 6, then you subtracted 6, so just subtract 2 more for the 8.
Took 6.
Yep, so then the 2 more, instead of taking the whole 8, just take 2 more.
Okay.
So take it down to 53. All right. Then these 2 professionals, they are gamely going to try to hit Galibar. 11 ain't gonna cut it. 21, hey, that'll do it. For 7, because he's raging, Galibar will only take 3 of that. Okay. And now at the end of this round, there's about let's see, at the end of last round, there was 20 people down. And because people are taking damage every round, you're now seeing that people are falling at a faster rate. So at this point, we're down to a total of about, we're down to, there's about 16 more people fall in the course of that round from the different battles that are happening around the arena. So you're now down, we were at 44 minus 16, so we're down to like 20, what would that be, 26? No, 28? I think 28. 28 people are left in the grand melee. Oyo and Heather, any further commentary on what's going on?
Is Oyo even back?
He hasn't said anything yet.
Okay, so finally, when it starts to look like it's going to be more narrowed down to these 2 guys, that's when she kind of starts, speaking up and cheering.
Okay.
Encouraging them.
Pick a side at some point.
Oh yeah.
And of course, I can't give them any type of bardic inspiration or anything, can I?
No, you're too far away for that.
Okay.
Well, what is the range on bardic inspiration? Let's
see here. Bardic inspiration. Well, I actually have font of inspiration. No, that's the wrong one. Oh, there we go. Okay, 60 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see.
Would that be considered cheating?
only cheating if you get caught. So let's do this. Let's first make a call high or low.
Low.
Low. Okay. So /R1D100. 57.
Nope.
Okay, it's high. So you're too far away from where they are at the moment.
Nope, sounds good.
If you were close enough, I was then gonna give you a chance to make some kind of
stealthy inspiration.
Stealthy inspiration check to see if you could get the inspiration off and give it to both of them, or whichever one you wanted to give it to.
You can do it. Knock his freaking block off.
Yeah. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so Galibar, you are up.
Okay. I no longer have, unless I want to waste my third spell slot on my last third level spell slot on Leaving Glow. I'm just gonna attack one, starting with the bottom one.
Okay.
15.
5. 15 is exactly what you need. And yes, with that will 18, 6, 24, that will take that one out of the fight.
Then the second one.
30, that'll hit, and 15 is enough to take that one out of the fight.
Galibar is going to look at these two up here. And look at Adamant and rush behind Adamant.
You son of a bitch.
He looks at Largak and says, "Is the metal man giving you trouble?"
And Largak says, "The metal man is a worthy opponent, but he uses these tricksy magics. He keeps me from testing myself against you, brother."
Then let's finish this.
You motherfucker!
Hey, Galibar straight up told you he would fight you in the arena during this. So
Adam was expecting, oh yeah, we'll fight 1-on-1. He's not going to help 3 people against me.
Who have to crit to hit you.
Yeah, but they're critting to hit. It hurts.
Okay, so
Galibar's making this an even fight.
Yeah.
They've done a good bit of damage. I don't know what you mean making this fight.
Okay, so for the Challengers Initiative, I don't think that's gonna. No, that's not gonna be. That's not gonna be in order. All right, so Galibar has finished his turn. Now it's Largak's turn. And Largak will make an attack against... I'm sorry, it should be one-handed because he's still using his shield. So he'll attack Adamant with twice. 14 is a miss, 12 is a miss. And then Adamant, you are up. You hear Galibar's voice behind you, conspiring with the orc ahead of you.
Adamant's head turns 100 degrees, looks at Galibar.
He's smirking at you.
I see.
Oh, wait a second.
Are we using flanking?
Before you go, Adamant, Galibar, your companion orc, you still have orc blood in you, don't you?
Oh
yes.
no.
I'm basically the human part of half-orc, which would be the dragonborn part for Galibar, is completely like more draconic now, but he still has his orc blood.
Okay, so I believe that qualifies you as an orc for the purposes of this guy's ability. So he, at the end of Largak's turn, he's going to he is going to say, take out his legs. And that's going to give Galibar an opportunity to make an attack against Adamant.
19 damage.
Okay, so yeah, 19 damage against Adamant. Okay, now Adamant, you can take your turn, and you can deploy your hammers any old way that you want to.
Well, first,
oh, okay. Half of 18 is 9, so yeah, you beat the 10.
Adamant kind of looks at Galibar. I feel rather put upon Galibar. I don't think that this rather sporting.
It's a battle royale. Surrounded by more people than
What's
you.
the ground made out of? It's
sand.
Sand.
It's not. It's like. It's not difficult terrain sand, but think of kind of like beach sand where, if you fall down into it, you're not going to get hurt. But it's, you can take your normal movement rate.
Yeah. Okay. Adamant is going to touch himself again.
Adamant, there are people around. Come on.
Just gonna say that's kind of personable with talent people right now. I'm gonna touch myself.
So
well,
19.
really? Okay then.
If that's what he's into.
Yeah.
I forgot to take the 19 damage off, so I'll just counteract the Galibar damage. No biggie.
Oh, okay. All right. So.
The terrible
right.
fourth level cast. So.
Yeah. All right. So.
Actually, those
19.
Those won't even hit Galibar. No, they can. They can hit Galibar.
Yeah, he only has an AC 20. It's you that has the impossible AC.
Apparently not. Okay, counterclockwise, starting with Galibar.
Okay.
1, 2.
Miss. The top veteran gets hit for 5. Largak is missed. Bottom veteran is missed. Okay. All right. So yeah, the top one is still bloodied. All right, and
he looks at these other two veterans and says, once you finish me off, these two orcs, they're going to turn on you. And honestly, they hit harder than I do.
Galibar just says he's right.
They hit harder than I do, you see.
Okay, so we're going to say this veteran here will go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Too bad that Galibar ran away, because now 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So has to take a double move, cannot attack a Galibar when it gets there. this challenger is 5, 10, 15, 20. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Has to move again. 35, 40. Moves up to Galibar. Cannot attack when.
You could have joined in on the brawl.
It doesn't make sense for Oyo as a character.
But he's expanding.
He spent all of his life training to be like a lethal weapon and not to boast. And come on, he's a monk. Okay, like he just wouldn't do it. Like he's not going to go out there and be front row and center unless he absolutely has to. He's not. I don't know.
You're already.
Huh? Already what?
You're already out in the open with this party. I mean, everybody.
Most people don't know. But most people don't know him. Like he's not a public figure. Like he's very
low.
Yeah, low profile. He's very private. And that's okay. You need someone like that in the party, you know?
I suppose.
Last thing he needs is him become popular and everybody's like knowing who he is. Matter of fact, most people don't even know what he looks like.